Something stirs within the shadows across Middle-earth. Eyes watch patiently with foul intent from hidden spaces. Mouths whisper from darkness to corrupt the minds of the just. Hands reach with greedy fingers from unwatched places to grasp for power and wealth. Who will raise their own light against the spread of this darkness? Who will stand against the unknown danger that creeps ever closer? To where shall we look for heroes?
After arriving at Beyond's Hall, you've learned the famous Bilbo Baggins was taken by Mirkwood spiders mere hours ago. Without hesitation, you volunteer to find and retrieve the Hobbit, hopefully before he's consumed, or worse. And so you find yourself before Greenwood the Great, that the wary and the wise call Mirkwood. A sleeping evil once inhabited the Greenwood, but was purged many years ago. The forest has since known a period of peace and the return of wholesome life. As the shadows now gather under the trees, you sense a foulness on the air. You fear evil may have returned to this realm. You begin to search for clues as to which direction the spiders took Bilbo. There are ample signs of recent struggle in the small glade, and several of the Hobbit's possessions are strewn about. After a few moments, you notice a gleam of metal on the forest floor. Perhaps a sign. You're about to investigate as several giant spiders creep into the glade. They don't seem at all interested in assisting the search. Quite the contrary.
I do not fear the dead.
A gift I will give you.
My old Toby's favorite pipe!
There is nothing like looking if you want to find something. The Shire!
A red sun rises! rises!
We have not been idle. He looks more like a grocer than a burglar.
Nothing passes unnoticed.
Bilbo's mind must have been clear during the first moments after his capture. You noticed that he slid his sword along the undergrowth as he was hauled away. When the spider's poison immobilized him, he must have dropped Sting. Encouraged, you venture into the shadowy green-grey wilderness that is Mirkwood.
The small cocoon is dropped before the lady.
Eat it, milady. Scrumptious it is. Tasty, sweet.
The skinny creature squeals in pleasure and anticipation, jumping to and fro on arms and legs as if a spider himself. The creature gives the cocoon a kick.
False it is, Baggins, trickster, thief, cheater. Call him. Eats it.
The enormous spider moves to hover over the cocoon. Spear-sized mandibles emerge slowly from its dripping maw.
Suck it to bones, milady. No hangingness or dryingness needed. Not like tough dwarfs or tricky elves. Sweet and juicy habits. Just leave closes, milady. For precious is in its pocket, says. My precious.
The spider monstrosity is about to delve into her meal when a sudden noise is heard from the edge of the lair. Flapping its hands nervously and bobbing its scrawny neck, the creature pleads.
Don't listen to woodsy noises, milady. Eat, while habit is warms.
Someone has arrived, and the spiders move to greet them.
For hours you delve into the menacing forest. Thorny undergrowth and sticky crawlers grab at you as if with minds of their own. A subtle change in the echo of the wood heralds a change in scenery, and you soon come upon a dark, gurgling stream. While the watery smells and soothing sounds relax you, you've been warned not to trust any water in Mirkwood, save for that gathered from fresh rain. The spiders must have crossed the stream by traversing the canopies above, but how will you cross? A nearby dead tree may be the answer. You attempt to push at the dry trunk, hoping for it to fall and bridge the stream. Unfortunately, your efforts attract the local wildlife.
You would die before your stroke fell.
He looks more like a grocer than a burglar. By map and key! Ta!
swings too.
More like a grocer than a burglar. You would die before your stroke fell.
Varukazad!
The dead tree falls across the stream with a splintery crack. You use the fallen trunk to step across, careful to not slip. What could cause wild creatures to attack so? Perhaps the corrupted stream is their main source of water. As you jump off the trunk on the far side, a deep rumble greets you. For a brief moment you wonder what could make such a sound, but only for a brief moment. For out of the shadows shambles an enormous black bear. It roars. The sound is staggering. It fills the air like a living thing, terrifying and primordial. The impact of the roar sends you reeling backwards, almost into the stream. It charges, an avalanche of fur, teeth, and claws.
Die before your stroke fell.
My axe swings too. Varukazad!
May I offer a song to ease your troubles?
I am Grimbjorn, son of Bjorn.
Before the monotony of the forest claws at you again, you come upon a sudden clearing. The sluggish breeze and one grey light of the dell are a welcome change from the humid twilight of the forest. On the far side of the clearing, you spy what you've been looking for. A group of large spiders hovering over a tightly wound cocoon. It's time for a rescue.
Go back to the abyss!
For Rivendell!
You cannot pass! A red sun rises!
For the Shire!
The lady and her brood are gathered at the edge of their lair. A band of orcs and goblins have emerged from the trees. Some heave empty wagons, others carry torches. A huge orc trumps to stand before the lady.
The moon is full, Spidey. Ufthak comes to collect.
He snarls. The lady chitters at her lieutenants, who rush back into the webs. The spiders soon return with web-wrapped cocoons, depositing them in front of the orc captain. Goblins rush to gather the cocoons, loading them into carts. As the last cocoons are loaded, a hooded goblin begins screeching at Ufthak, pointing to a parchment full of hash marks. Ufthak glares at the yelling goblin for a moment, then blinks and pivots back to the lady.
We won short, Leggy.
The orc's grainy voice is mild, but laced with promise of violence.
Cold masters don't like short. Ufthak don't like short. We had deal.
After recovering, Will Elk thanks you profusely. Over the past few months, he tells you, a number of tribesmen have gone mysteriously absent. He suspects they've fallen prey to similar circumstances, but offers no explanation as to why the great spiders have suddenly become so daring. Afraid to return home through the forest alone, Will Elk offers to join you, and suggests which direction the spiders were taking him. Somewhere under the never-ending trees before you, an old hobbit awaits rescue, or doom.
Ufthak moves a hand to the pommel of his sheathed blade. Several spiders flinch back, but the huge female stands her ground, glowering down at the insolent orc commander. For a long moment, there is complete silence. Finally, she chitters quietly at one of the nearby spiders. The minion moves quickly into the lair to drag Bilbo's cocoon towards the gateway. As the spider drags the last cocoon before Ufthak, a small, skinny creature flies out of the shadows, screeching,
Precious.
like a dying animal. It wraps his arms around Ufthak's thick neck and bites his right ear. Black gore spills, and Ufthak's furious roar joins the creature's tinny wail. The screams echo through the trees and cobwebs.
As you make your way through the dense forest, a sudden shriek is heard from afar. Praying that hobbits are incapable of so pitiful a sound, you move quickly to investigate its source. The forest soon shows signs of giant spider webs. At first, only a few thick strands are seen between canopy and trunk, but the webbing quickly grows denser. Before long, the sticky ropes are thick enough to block your path. About to hack away at the webbing, you sense a subtle shift in the shadows and glance up. Only a few feet above your head, the myriad glare of malicious eyes observe you. Mandibles drip with ichor. Bloated bodies tremble with anticipation.
I do not fear the dead.
A gift I will give you.
There's always time for a good meal.
Trouble? I can help with that.
sun rises!
Ever to the servants of the enemy.
Die before your stroke fell.
Rivendell!
Rises!
For Rivendell! I am your servant.
Rises!
For Rivendell!
My eyes see everything.
Before your stroke fell.
Who are you? And what do you want?
rises!
For Rivendell!
It's gone from bad to worse. You ventured into Mirkwood to free a captured Hobbit, but now 2 of your party have themselves been captured. Unwholesome strands break apart with a snap as you cut and saw your way deeper into the lair. Mercifully, the web's denizens are either absent or preoccupied, for you catch only brief glances of hairy bodies moving through this world of pale webbing and grey-green murk. After slow and tiring progress, you come upon the nexus of the lair. An eldritch clearing devoid of webs, except for the huge sinister shape of a dead tree. Cocoons of many sizes hang from the branches like depraved fruit. A few of the cocoons are of the approximate size to your lost friends. One even moves fitfully. You move to open the cocoons, but the lair's inhabitants have finally noticed the intrusion into their midst. Clucking spiders soon surround you, strangely in league with several orcs.
By that key!
For Rivendell!
This way!
Oh, my lad.
There.
I can walk this path, but others have not this skill. You would die before your stroke fell.
There's always time for a good meal.
For the Shire! Die before your stroke fell.
Rivendell!
Bruised and bloodied, the creature whimpered at the cruelness of the world. It would have been killed had the orcs not been distracted by the intruders in the lady's pantry. It had escaped into the tangled undergrowth and shrouded itself in shadows from where it had seen Ufthak and his caravan depart. All that remained was the faint creaking of the wagons fading into the gloom. The lady remained before the gateway. When the clangor of battle from within the lair diminished, she began to shift her monstrous bulk. A strange and battle-worn band soon emerged from the webs, faces paling in despair at the sight of the bloated monster. The Lady of Bogwood, brood mother of the western forest, descendant of the great Ungoliant herself, lost her composure and hissed with rage. These strangers had defiled her sanctum, her lair. Punishment was due.
Die before your stroke fell.
For Rivendell!
My blade has seen many battles.
The enemy is upon us!
For the Shire!
For Rivendell!
I am Gandalf, and Gandalf means me.
For the Shire!
The forest floor is awash with the marks of iron-shod feet and wagon tracks. You begin slowly to make sense of the situation. The spiders are gathering slaves for a host of orcs, intended for some devilry yet to be understood. Deep in thought, you hike a sensible distance from the spider's lair to camp for the night, unsure of what to do next. As the shadows coalesce into night, you hear someone, something, creeping through the undergrowth beyond the firelight. After silent glances, a few nods, and a quick dash, the creep is quickly caught. Shrieking like a stuck pig, it bites and flails about with surprising strength. Its energy soon spent, the creature curls itself into a sobbing ball. You catch a few words amongst its rambling litany of self-pity, such as precious and... a name? Could it be? How that name would be known to the wretch you cannot guess, for the creature is muttering,
Baggins!
After defeating a colony of Mirkwood spiders, you discover that the 8-legged abominations had been gathering slaves for a host of orcs. You believe Bilbo Baggins was taken south alongside other prisoners. Before deciding on your next course of action, you capture an unpleasant creature lurking about your camp. To your surprise, the creature appears to know the name Baggins. The creature already looks beaten and bruised, so you attempt to use kindness to extract information. However, after being fed both food and gentle words, the nasty thing remains thoroughly unhelpful. Before dawn, a more pressing problem arises. As dull grey seeps into the black edges of night, flying dark shapes begin to swoop under the branches above you. They rapidly multiply, and before long it's as if you've been caught inside a black whirlwind.
I do not fear the dead.
I am Arwen, Elrond's daughter.
There's always time for a good meal.
rises.
Rivendell!
Die before your stroke fell.
My axe swings too.
May I offer a song to ease your troubles?
For Rivendell!
Varukazad Adonai!
For the Shire!
You decide trusting Smeagol is worth the risk. If the creature knows a way to get ahead of the caravan, you'll have a significant advantage in rescuing Bilbo from the orcs. As you follow Smeagol through the thick vegetation, the terrain begins to dip. Before long, the air is laced with mist and the soil grows spongy. You're being led into a swamp.
Swampses! Yes! Cool, nice swampses!
Smeagol explains.
With frogses, fishes, and snakes as precious. Tasty.
He pauses to crane his neck and sniff the air.
Smeagol looks to find right spot, masters. Safe way through mist and bogs. Orcs and wagons must go around, you see. No tasty frogses for orcs.
Smeagol continues to sniff around the area, looking for some landmark, some sign that he's on the right trail. He suddenly smells something unexpected. The thickets begin to rustle. The air begins to hum, and unkind things emerge.
A red sun rises!
Hazard!
For the Shire!
For Rivendell!
I don't need your service, thank you. But I expect you need mine. Hazard!
For Rivendell!
die before your stroke fell.
Rivendell!
For hours you wade along precarious and narrow strips of land, soft ground sucking at your boots, while Smeagol encourages you onwards. You glimpse a tall shape above the fog some distance ahead. Could this be Smeagol's Hill of Haunted Stones?
No, no, precious. Not Cold Hill, not Black Stones, not Smeagol's.
He croaks, bobbing his head at your foolishness.
Haunted Hill, further south. Smeagol, not go there.
He sniffs around the edges of a nearby pool, adding,
Old tower of tall men, that is. Rotten and broken. Oxes and wagons and baggins rest there tonight.
Without warning, he darts headfirst into the pool with a splash, emerging with a wriggling carp between his teeth. He slithers back to dry land and begins to eat it with glee. Suddenly, the water explodes and a giant serpent rises from the pool, its forked tongue undulating in anticipation. A half-eaten fish is thrown aside in panic.
Before your stroke fell.
For the Shire!
Barukazad!
Before your stroke fell.
Barukazad!
For Rivendell!
Ever do we hunt the servants of the enemy.
Die before your stroke fell.
As darkness thickens, orange light from orc fires bathe the dilapidated walls of the ruined tower. Your spirits sink as you witness the last prisoners, no longer wrapped in cocoons, marched into the stronghold. Orcs and goblins seem to be everywhere. How will you get to Bilbo? And if you do, how will you get away? You decide to chance entering the tower through a small door on the tower's eastern side. As you quietly approach, the door snaps open and a group of armed orcs emerge. The last of them brandishes a large key with which it proceeds to lock the door. As the door locks with a dull clunk, the orcs make to start their patrol.
A red sun rises!
For the Shire!
Barukazad!
For Rivendell!
After sneaking through the tower door, you emerge into a huge chamber full of reeking supplies, fallen stones, and intruding vegetation. A number of large chains emerge from openings in the floor along the walls. The chains terminate into an iron box bolted to the far side of the chamber. The box bristles with rusty hooks and mechanical wheels. You glide quietly through the room, keen to avoid attention. You peek into the connecting rooms, hoping for clues as to where the orcs are storing their prisoners. Steps are suddenly heard on the flagstones coming in your direction. After a few moments, a smallish orc enters the chamber to rummage through supplies. The light of its torch happens to catch one of your buckles, causing the orc to glance lazily in your direction. For a second, it seems not to have understood what it's seeing, but then recognition flares in its ugly face.
Don't stand there slavering! Get your rabble together! Baruch Hazard! You can't escape!
By map and key!
My eyes see everything.
There.
You would die before your stroke fell.
Sméagol has betrayed you. Somehow the villain has triggered the chamber's mechanism, causing one side of the floor to abruptly drop. Your legs slip violently as you flail down the steep angle, fingers desperately grasping for any hold. Amidst the cacophony of sliding rubble, supplies and orc bodies, you catch sight of Sméagol dangling from one of the chains above.
Goodbye, says masters.
He shrieks.
Baggins and precious. For Sméagol, they are mine.
His shrill voice fades as you slide past the lip of the slanted floor and drop into a rancid darkness. You blink twice before meeting the wet ground with a mucky plop, debris raining down around you. Then a falling barrel lands directly on your head, and everything goes black. You fought your way into the Forest of Mirkwood to rescue the famous Bilbo Baggins. After fighting spiders and bears and meeting a strange creature by the name of Sméagol, you arrive at a ruined structure deep in the forest. The old ruin operates as a staging point for mysterious slave caravans managed by a host of orcs. You believe the old Hobbit is imprisoned in the tower. You manage to sneak into the structure, but without warning you are betrayed by Smeagol. Triggering an ancient mechanical trap, the contemptible creature drops you into a rancid basement. Knocked unconscious by falling debris, you finally come to your senses.
Ufthak's room is as dark as his mood. He tears into the cold meat, juices gushing down his scarred jaw. Things are afoot the great orc cannot explain. Attacks in the forest, a ravaged patrol, the storage room mysteriously emptied. Ufthak grunts and angrily throws his empty drinking horn against the wall, where it splinters to join a pile of dry bones and other detritus on the floor. Breathing heavily from climbing the stairs, Ufthak's mewling steward, Slagged, worms his thin frame into the room. Must the goblin always be clutching one of his parchments?
What do you want, worm?
Ufthak licks dry the bone, and it joins the drinking horn.
A visitor has come, Ufthak.
Slagged lisps, and adjusts his cloak nervously.
From Dol Guldur.
Fear is not a common emotion in orcs, and Ufthak considers himself uncommonly brave. Even so, he cannot halt the tendrils of dread that shoots down his spine.
The mouth of the cold ones has come.
You force your bruised body to stand, head throbbing like a dwarven feast. Your garments are soaked and dripping from lying in stagnant water. Now, where has that blighted Smeagol dumped you? The ceiling above must have retreated to its former position. Through a crack in the wall, moonlight paints the dank cellar in a bloom of grey light. Your feet splash as they move, for the nearby swamp has laced its way into the tower's foundations. Stale water and light-starved cattails fill most of the cellar. White tadpoles skitter about in the water, and thin lizards bob their heads on the slimy walls. The far end of the cellar is hidden in shadow. Did the shadow just move? It rolls and ripples before emerging into the moonlight. It's not a shadow at all, but some vast slug. It extends its behemoth head and eye tentacles towards you, snorts a drizzle of fetid saliva, and proceeds to tug its enormous body under itself. It seems to have made up its mind. You are food.
I can walk this path, but others have not the skill.
I am Arwen, Elrond's daughter.
Give me adventure over respectability any day.
Die before your stroke fell.
You breathe so loud I could shoot you in the dark.
die before your stroke fell.
I offer my spear.
You would die before your stroke fell.
My axe swings too. Baruch Hazard!
A tall figure awaits Ufthak in the tower's main hall. He wears cold-hammered black armor, and a black cowl shadows his features except for the unnatural glint in his grey eyes. Ufthak purposefully strides into the hall to stand before the imposing figure, damned if he'll show the fear he feels. The mouth of Dol Guldur is not fooled. It smiles cruelly.
Ah, you have message from Cold Ones?
Ufthak snarls, discomforted by the unnatural chill emanating from Dol Guldur's favored messenger.
I've ridden without halt, so I shall be precise.
The voice is like frozen stone.
I'm to inform you that the masters need the promised slaves with haste. The last batch expired faster than anticipated.
New prisoners, all here, mouth!
Ufthak grunts.
My warriors, provision first. Leave for Black Hill next dark.
At that moment, the tower rumbles and jolts, as if a great fist had struck its foundations.
The enormous slug falls and the walls tremble, sousing the air with an avalanche of grime. Behind a patch of bogland ivy, you discover a narrow staircase and commence to climb the mouldy steps at once. While ascending, a clamour can be heard in the tower above, harsh yells, clanging of doors, and the bellows of a great orc. How will you ever get out? The stairs emerge into a derelict alcove, overgrown with cobwebs and moss. It faces a great room, finely decorated of old, but now ruined and forgotten. As the racket of the enemy grows closer, you've no doubt that he'll soon be upon you. Speed may be your only hope. You rush towards a set of oaken doors on the far wall when disaster strikes. As you emerge from the alcove, a troop of orcs slog into the room. They roar in excitement and draw their weapons as more enemies arrive. You are surrounded.
You would die before your stroke fell.
My eyes see everything.
Find the halflings! Tough! Don't stand there slavering! Get your rabble together!
Die before your stroke fell.
For Rivendell!
There!
Ever the servants of the enemy.
My blade has seen many battles.
The enemy is upon us.
For the master. Let's go, you maggots! Tough!
Before your stroke fell. rises!
My axe swings too.
For Rivendell!
You've broken through the enemy ranks and reached the heavy oaken door. Rushing into the room beyond, you hastily barricade the door behind you. Hinges rattle and splinters fly as the orcs administer powerful blows, urged on by a deep, booming voice. The door won't hold long. A hiss causes you to turn as you realize that you've stumbled into the tower's jail. Smeagol is crouching before one of the cells, glaring at you with undisguised loathing. You don't have to guess whose cell this is. Smeagol hisses again, rising protectively before the cell door.
Stop them, we must. Nasty masters cannot have precious.
The door booms again and several planks fly across the room. Smeagol shrieks as he charges you, face twisted with deranged fury.
You won't cross my lands.
Oh, my lad. If you can.
A red sun rises!
I serve the king!
For Rivendell!
We'll put red maggot holes in your belly.
A red sun rises!
There's no time to kill them properly. Rah!
For Rivendell!
For the master! Man filth!
You would die before your stroke fell.
Baruch Hazard!
Rivendell!
The enemy is upon us.
You must die before your stroke fell.
By map and key!
For Rivendell!
The enemy is upon us.
A red sun rises!
Baruch Hazard Adonai!
You're elated to have found Bilbo, but the situation is grim. Just beyond the broken door, Ufthak and his orc warriors are preparing a second attack. You cannot hold them off forever. Trapped and near despair, you prepare for a last stand. But wait, a shaft of moonlight attracts your eye. Screams and pleas from the other cells tear at your conscience, but there's no time. As you swear one day to return for the poor souls, Ufthak commences the second onslaught. Quickly, you lift a reluctant Bilbo out the high window, following headlong yourself. You crash onto a steep slope and tumble violently down through branches and brambles, until deposited with a splash into a cold stream. You see Bilbo a small distance ahead, treading water and sighing.
Oh no, old boy! Not again!
The current of the stream is strong, dragging you quickly downriver. In the distance, you hear the now familiar cries of an orc pursuit. You're not in the clear yet. To rescue Bilbo Baggins from Mirkwood spiders, you fought bears, a monstrous slug, met the treacherous Smeagol, and much more. You've discovered that the great spiders are in league with a host of orcs, collecting slaves for some devilry to the south. You managed to free Bilbo from their orcs and their captain Ufthak. Escaping on a fast-flowing stream, the current has taken you several miles away before you're able to swim onto dry land. Looking to the northeast, the sight of distant torches confirms what you fear, that Ufthak and his minions are in pursuit. Bilbo shakes with cold. You must find some way to reach the River Anduin and get the old Hobbit to safety. After following the bank for some miles, you catch the sound of pounding ahead. You soon come upon a terrible sight. A hill troll has beaten 2 Beorning fishermen to death, and now looks to be deciding which to eat first. Lapping against the shore is what you're looking for, a large fishing raft.
I do not fear the dead.
Mine is the choice of Luthien.
My old Toby's favorite pipe.
Good morning.
Rises.
Ever dealing with the servants of the enemy.
For Rivendell!
Fly away if you can.
Lazy lob!
For the Master.
For Rivendell!
A red sun rises.
Lazy lob!
must die before your stroke fell.
For Rivendell!
My axe swings too. Baruch Hazad!
Lazy lob!
You struggle to manage the unfamiliar vessel as it lurches and wobbles on the narrow stream. After some hours, the tributary widens at last to connect with the mighty river Anduin. You carefully guide the raft through the eddies that roil in the junction of the two currents, and soon find yourself rapidly floating south on the great river. Suddenly, an orc arrow lodges itself in your raft with a thud. Cruel shapes move on the forested eastern shore, easily keeping up with your clumsy raft. Cursing the persistence of orcs, you reluctantly steer towards the more turbulent western side of the river, hoping to put more distance between the raft and the enemy archers. Alas, recent rainfalls in the misty mountains have given the river fuel, and the rapids soon become treacherous. Very treacherous.
These parts are none too well known.
Rivendell!
You would die before your stroke fell.
I'll do the stinging.
For Rivendell!
Lazy lob! For the Shire!
Baruch
You would die before your stroke fell. A red sun rises!
Barely surviving the turgid rapids, you're overjoyed to see the wider Anduin ahead. You fervently hope the orcs have given up pursuit and returned to their decrepit tower. You'll keep to the river until you reach the banks of Lorien. The elves will surely shelter you and allow Bilbo to recover from his ordeal. Lost in thoughts of the Golden Wood, you fail to notice the change in the river until it's too late. Without warning, the raft bucks with a wooden screech and halts. The jolt throws you forward, and several bags are thrown into the river. At first, you're confused by the impact, but realize the widening of the river has shallowed the water. Enough, in fact, that you're able to wade into the water to retrieve your packs. When a roar suddenly erupts from the eastern bank, your enemy's plan is laid bare. The orcs knew about this ford and have waited for this moment. The howls intensify as the orcs and goblins emerge from the tree line and rush into the shallow waters.
rises!
Rip you to shreds.
Fear! Fire! Foes! Awake!
Look out!
The Shire!
For Rivendell!
Slash them, beat them, bite them, gnash them!
Rises!
Yeah! Varukazan, Adonai!
Lazy lob! This way!
I smell the stench of Goblin.
The enemy is upon us.
For Buckland!
For Rivendell!
You can't escape.
A red sun rises!
Lazy lob! The Shire!
The enemy is upon us.
Varukazan!
For Rivendell!
For the Shire!
the Master.
The enemy is upon us.
For Rivendell!
Find the halflings!
The Shire!
Varukazan, Adonai!
A red sun rises!
We have ways of paying for drinks that you won't like.
Lazy lob!
You would die before your stroke fell.
For Rivendell!
The enemy is upon us.
Varukazan!
The golden haze of Lorien is finally in sight. Weary beyond words, your mood is somber. You settle the spent raft on a bank of soft grasses and marigolds. Ahead, the edge of the golden wood is blurred by a light haze, as if looking into a dream. Beautiful and perilous is that place. A sanctuary for those who come with peace in their hearts, an ossuary for those that come with violence. The end of your journey in sight, the oh-so-familiar thunder of heavy boots nearly breaks your resolve. Furious that you escaped his trap at the ford, Ufthak has crossed west of the Anduin with a strong force and has sped for days to intercept you. They emerge from the nearby pinewood like a rotten stain on the green field. Your tired frames are no match for their strong legs, and Ufthak's host easily moves between you and the golden trees. In baleful cacophony, the orcs howl as they attack. Yet, did you hear something else above the din? The call of the clear horns, and of horns answering.
rises!
Go back to the abyss! You cannot pass!
For Rivendell!
You would die before your stroke fell. Rises.
For Rivendell!
Barukazad! Let's go. The boss. I'll do it for the boss.
I shall lead you well, and the paths are smooth and straight.
For the boss. Barukazad! I'll do it for the boss.
die before your stroke fell.
For the boss.
We allow no strangers to spy out the secrets of the Nate.
You breathe so loud I could shoot you in the dark.
You can't escape.
Rivendell!
Lazy lob!
Die before your stroke fell.
Don't let them hurt them all. Kill them all.
You cannot go back!
For the boss.
My arrow flies!
Kill them all.
May I offer a song to ease your troubles?
For the Shire!
Oh.
I'll do the stinging. Yeah!
Lonely, rainbows of the wild.
rises!
Oh, kill them all. No.
I protect the forest and all who dwell within. We make our stand.
For Rivendell!
For the Shire!
We make our stand.
Lazy lob!
Bilbo rests his head against one of the great malon trees and takes another breath of otherworldly air. For several weeks now, the old hobbit has convalesced in Lorien. What a place, and what rest it has been. Beautiful, eternal, majestic, and somehow lit by gentle sorrow and longing this place is. Where Rivendell, like its master, stands uniquely between the immortal and the natural, Lorien is utterly immortal. A place impossible for mortals to truly understand, especially hobbits. While Bilbo's journey to this place had been altogether unexpected and entirely circuitous, he was glad to have seen the Golden Wood. The place strangely soothed the secret darkness that sometimes pulled at his heart, as the abyss may pull at the one who stares into it. Splendid as Lorien was, Bilbo felt healed and was ready to move on. He longed to see Dale and the Lonely Mountain, and the thought of Rivendell pricked a homesick pang in his soul.
The creature glanced furtively down at the land of golden hues. Even at night, the unhealthy glow of the place hurt its eyes. And even at a distance, the air of the place hurt its lungs. The thief, the miserable trickster Baggins had gone into that terrible place, and the creature had lost the trail. It wringed long fingers in misery, cursing the bright light of the white eye above. Sniffling and sobbing, it crawled down the stony slope, staying into the darkest shadows where possible. The creature considered returning to the forest, but knew in its heart of hearts that its time there had passed. There was something in the south, something the creature could not define, something that tugged at it, like instinct or the smell of fish, a sense that tasted like metal, like a tinge of the precious. South. The creature turned to follow the rocky bank. It preferred to move in shadows carved by the moonlight, and it soon disappeared into the deeper shadows that lay to the south.
It is with a sense of sadness at the passing of an era that the elves of Lothlorien bid Bilbo farewell. He had arrived in the Golden Wood by a circuitous path, which began with a desire for one last grand adventure before he retired. Alas, his wish was not to be. The crafty old hobbit had instead found only danger, as he was kidnapped by spiders and carried off by their orcish allies. Rescued in the nick of time, Bilbo recovered his health under the watchful care of Celeborn and Galadriel. During the weeks that followed, Bilbo sat amongst the golden leaves and chatted with the many visitors who called upon him. Yet the time came at last for him to return to Rivendell, and so, with an escort of elven guardians, he set off toward his adopted home. Ever vigilant, the elves have turned their attention to the dark stirrings in nearby Mirkwood. Bilbo was not the only person abducted. Contact has been lost with entire villages scattered within the Great Forest. Concerned with what dark portents these happenings might herald, Celeborn and Galadriel called you forth. As Bilbo's rescuers, they consider you particularly well-suited to find the answers that their scouts have been unable to uncover. You are commanded to set out for Rhosgobel, and there to seek the counsel of Radagast the Brown. The wizard should help shine a light on the shadowy events transpiring in darkest Mirkwood. You gather what you need quickly, and set out for the vales of Anduin and Rhosgobel beyond.
The mouth of Dol Guldur pondered his troubles. The mighty orc chieftain Ufthak had suffered recent losses, but had recovered quickly. Despite the setback, he had not only made good on his quota, he exceeded it handily. Still, the desire from the south is insatiable. The order had come to increase their numbers even further. The mouse did not question his master, or his master's master. Indeed, he had no free will of his own. His master's command was his duty to obey. Considering his options, he comes to a conclusion. To obtain the numbers requested, they must go further afield from Dol Guldur. The mouth would need assistance if he was to misdirect any unwanted eyes that might take notice. He would need to set in motion other troubles that would distract the curious and lead them astray.
Perhaps an old terror.
He muses.
A forgotten terror. Yes.
He whispers.
This might suffice.
Your party spends several days crossing the Vale, basking in the gentle sunlight that warms the late spring air to caress the grasslands. The journey is uneventful, until you come across an odd scene. Ahead, you spy an eagle circling above something that has caught its eye. This is not one of the great eagles of legend, but rather a bedraggled thing with dark feathers and oddly curved wings. It calls out once before diving swiftly down upon something you cannot see. Quickening your pace, you soon discover a horrifying scene. Two bodies lie before you, bloody and torn. The craven eagle is attempting to make off with one. With the eagle distracted, a swarm of greedy rats darts from the underbush to devour the other. You must drive off the foul beasts and recover these poor souls. Perhaps you may also discover the nature of what slaughtered them in this clearing.
I've searched for your trail.
I am Arwen, Elrond's daughter.
He stands not alone.
We come riding.
Before your stroke fell.
Stand strong.
The enemy is upon us.
For Rivendell!
I spy something in the distance.
You would die before your stroke fell. A red sun rises!
Strike them down!
Lonely rangers of the wild.
For Rivendell!
The enemy is upon us.
presence of wolves beyond the borders of Mirkwood bodes ill for the people of the Vale. They did not appear to be starving beasts. Rather, they attacked with cunning and purpose. Something drives these creatures. Perhaps the Brown Wizard will have sorely needed answers. Barely have you continued on when you hear a distant howl from the hills beside your path. An answering howl sounds from behind you, and more beasts call out from all around. The wolves show great cunning and appear to be herding you, but for what purpose you know not.
Die before your stroke fell. You would die before your stroke fell.
Strike them down!
There is nothing like looking if you want to find something. The Shire!
Rivendell!
Has the trail gone cold?
There!
Gul Zubard felt the hunger deep within her. It was not a hunger for flesh to nourish her body so much as an urge to devour and destroy. Bidden though she was by the servants of the One, she was only too eager to drive her children forth, so they might succumb to their baser nature, to revel in destruction, to consume.
The wolves close behind, you reach the Eaves of Mirkwood at last. So near to Ruskabel, you fear the worst for the wizard who dwells there. But you'll never make it to that place of sanctuary if you do not stop your pursuers first. While the trees offer some cover, they will also slow your progress. Within the woods, the wolves can easily surround you and attack from all sides. You must make your stand here if you are to survive the day. The wolves snarl and prowl through the undergrowth to encircle you. Taking advantage of this scant moment of respite, you gather nearby sticks, rocks, and other detritus to create a last desperate barrier against imminent attack.
Before your stroke there.
The enemy is upon us.
sun rises!
I see them.
My blade has seen many battles.
Strike them down!
For Rivendell!
The enemy is upon us.
Rises!
Strike them down!
You breathe so loud I could shoot you in the dark. My arrow flies!
For Rivendell!
The creature called the Ghost hesitates for a moment at the edge of the tree line. Concealed behind lush vegetation, she spies upon the dwelling in the center of the clearing. There was power here. The crafty old beast had learned to respect power, especially the kind of power that might cause her injury. Her faithful companions prowl nearby, as always. They would offer their own lives if needed to protect their mistress. Each looks toward her, sensing her hesitation, seeking her guidance. With a grunt, the ghost at last indicates the compound. As her master had commanded, so it would be done. It is time to feed.
Oh, Calamity. You've defeated the pursuing wolves, only to find Rhosgobel under siege by many more, and led by a great beast larger than the rest, but with the look of something far more sinister. This is no simple wolf, or even warg, but one of the great beasts of old that inhabits their form, a werewolf. 2 great wargs protect the creature, hewing close to its side. As they turn to face you, the rest of the pack charges the gates of Rhosgobel, their claws gouging into the rough-hewn wood. You know not if the wizard is in residence, but it's clear the beasts are driven by a singular need to enter the compound within. You must prevent these creatures from breaking down the gate while holding off their terrifying leader. No mean task. The great werewolf howls in challenge, and you unleash a rallying cry in return. The battle is joined.
Die before your stroke fell.
I see them.
The enemy is upon us!
I am Gandalf, and Gandalf means me. into the shadow.
I see them.
I have an urgent errand.
Strike them down!
Before your stroke then.
For Rivendell!
The enemy is upon us.
The beast howls with a mixture of pain and anger, eyes flashing as it comprehends defeat. Summoning unknown reserves of strength, the werewolf leaps into the trees and disappears through the darkness. You join your companions to catch your breath as Radagast the Brown staggers through the gates of Roscabel. Breathing heavily, he calls out,
"Ah, my friends! I thank you for coming to my aid. Though that creature is not dead, it shall not return any time soon."
Before you can make any inquiries or describe the nature of your mission, the eccentric old man darts off towards a small path in the trees.
"There's no time to dally about on my front lawn,"
he shouts.
"This was just a distraction. There's a village nearby whose residents are in jeopardy."
He pauses at the tree line, turning back to face you.
"Don't just stand there with your mouths agape. Hurry!"
The wizard disappears into the trees, and you scramble to follow.
The body of the beast falters. Yet though her breath comes in laboured gasps, the vile fire that drives her remains undimmed. The master will not be pleased. Still, this is a worry for the future. For now, the hunger remains. Perhaps she could find some local hunter or woodsman, or even a wretched goblin to sate her never-ending need. Yes, the master will not miss one or two of those foul creatures. Licking her wounds, the silver ghost slips deeper into Mirkwood, driven ever on by her need to consume. Ufthak hurries his soldiers along as they whip the terrified villagers into quickening their pace. He looks them over as they run.
Too scrawny,
he mutters to himself. But the mouth of Dol Guldur demands more prisoners, so more prisoners he will provide. Ufthak fears little, and even if he did fear something, he would not show it in front of his orcs. Still, the Master's dark servant makes him nervous, and the Master himself is terrifying. Both want more prisoners, no matter the cost. Ufthak knows he hasn't won any special favors from his recent successors. He won't spare the whip to meet their demands. Ufthak glances back down the trail. Master had warned that he must cover his tracks, lest their efforts be discovered. Ufthak left some goblin wretches behind to burn the village. With luck, the chaos and damage will obscure their path to the old dwarf mine, where this latest catch will join the rest.
Despite his seemingly advanced age, the wizard maintains a quick pace that you're hard-pressed to match. The path he cuts through the dense forest gives way suddenly to a large clearing and a village beyond. But the village is aflame. As screams erupt inside the buildings, you see creatures darting to and fro between the ramshackle structures, torches in hand. They giggle in glee as the buildings alight.
Tend to the fires!
Radagast calls to you. He darts past the village, disappearing into the clouds of smoke. One of your companions spies a water trough in the middle of town. You must act quickly if you hope to douse the flames and save those who are trapped inside.
My heart warns me that the pursuit is now swift behind us.
A gift I will give you.
He stands not alone.
A red sun rises!
Look out!
Rivendell!
May I offer a song to ease your troubles?
For Rivendell!
You would die before your stroke fell.
Hell lies both before and behind.
Wrist grab, pinch nab.
You would die before your stroke fell.
Rivendell!
You would die before your stroke fell.
This way!
You would die before your stroke fell.
Those with the power for good are on the watch.
The enemy is upon us.
For Rivendell!
As you douse the last of the flames, a soot-covered Radagast reappears with a handful of small children and some elders who hid them.
Goblins?
The strange old man shouts before coughing up ash.
This close to Roscabel? Unthinkable! And they've taken most of the villagers prisoner. I'll tend to this lot. You must find and rescue the others.
The brown wizard stares at you expectantly, eyes gleaming.
Off with you now! Those villagers won't rescue themselves.
He points to the edge of the clearing, revealing a faint trail that leads to the northeast. Thanks to Radagast's aid, you can make out the subtle signs of a group being led away, but following the trail won't be easy. With a nod to your companions, you head down the meager track. Hopefully the villagers have not gotten far. You dread the thought of rushing headlong once more into the dark forest of Mirkwood. There are things in that forest, beyond spiders and orcs, and you have no wish to blunder into them.
Before your stroke fell.
The enemy is upon us.
I depart for the west.
I spy something in the distance.
You breathe so loud I could shoot you in the dark.
Strike them down!
For Rivendell!
rises!
Strike them down!
You would die before your stroke fell.
For Rivendell!
Ufthak arrives at last with his vanguard at the doors of Nibin-Dûm. The dwarves mined out this place many centuries ago. Abandoned and forgotten long since, it is the perfect place from which to manage his operation. The Orc chieftain orders the prisoners to be taken to the cells in the lower depths, there to await transfer to Dol Guldur. With that out of the way, he calls to Thog, one of his trusted lieutenants. Trust being a relative term amongst orcs.
I got a job for you.
Ufthak tells the huge orc warrior.
Someone is on our trail. I can smell them. I don't like being followed. Take some lads to greet them.
Thog smiles, hefting the oversized cleaver he uses for a weapon. He loves swinging it and looks forward to the work.
You boys!
He shouts to a cluster of orcs milling about.
Come with me! It's time for us to chop!
It isn't easy, but you manage to follow the orcs' trail. They kept up an astonishing pace, considering they were herding prisoners along. The path leads towards the mountains of Mirkwood, which loom black and foreboding over you. The dense trees thin until you reach the edge of a clearing before a hill, into which is carved a doorway of dwarven design. From the look of it, this must have been a small mine that has long since been emptied and abandoned. The faint signs of the Orc's passage leads to the entrance. The air here is still, blanketed with a strange hush. It's much too quiet to be anything but a trap. Someone or something awaits your approach. Alas, before you can take action, a horn rings out, joined by several others. Orcs burst from cover all around, beating their chests as they form a ring around your party. Then a huge orc steps forth. With a massive cleaver in his hands and a gleam in his eye, he urges his fellows to attack.
Strike them down!
You would die before your stroke fell.
I don't need your service, thank you. But I expect you need mine.
For Rivendell! Rivendell!
There they are! A red sun rises! I am Gandalf, and Gandalf means me. You cannot pass!
The enemy is upon us.
Strike them down!
The dwarves are upon you!
Rivendell!
A red sun rises!
Much as you wish to rest after dispatching the Great Orc, there's little time to linger. After examining the area around the hill carefully, you confirm that the trail you've been following leads directly into the mine. You must explore its depths if you are to abide the strange wizard's behest and rescue the villagers. Shaking off fatigue, you light torches and prepare to enter. The ancient door that once sealed the mine has long since been broken and lays to the side in 2 great pieces. You have no idea what perils you will face within, yet you have no choice but to enter this place and find out. You stumble about inside the abandoned mine of Nibin-Dûm. Once a thriving dwarven mine in ages past, it is now little more than a maze of winding passages and damp caves. You feel the weight of the hill pressing down, as whispers in a dark tongue echo through the labyrinth. You advance with caution through shadowed passages, the sense of danger growing with every step.
I've searched for your trail.
I am Arwen, Elrond's daughter.
He stands not alone. You would die before your stroke fell.
Rivendell!
My arrows always find their mark.
This way!
Strike them down!
For Rivendell!
Slash them, beat them, bite them, gnash them!
You would die before your stroke fell.
Yeah.
My arrows always find their mark.
May I offer a song to ease your troubles?
Following the faintest gleam of light, you enter a rough-hewn chamber illuminated by a single candle. In the flickering of its last feeble rays, you make out a series of darkened alcoves along the walls. Crude sets of iron bars secured with thick ropes stand before each opening. Within the makeshift cells, the pathetic forms of emaciated prisoners reach out to you for help. Just then, the candle's light sputters out, plunging the room into utter darkness. A woman's scream echoes in the dark, and some creature chutters in response. The frenzied patter of fast-moving feet and guttural jabber of foul speech erupts from all around. Goblins! As the chamber descends into chaos, you're torn between an obligation to save the prisoners and the desire to simply stay alive. You could swear that you hear Radagast shout,
"Free them all! Hurry!"
But you left him in the village far away, so it cannot possibly be his voice. Can it?
die before your stroke fell.
The enemy is upon us.
For the Master! The Eye commands!
Die before your stroke fell.
The enemy is upon us.
Kill him quick! Kill him now!
Welcome to Rivendell.
Who are you? And what do you want?
Strike them down!
The enemy is upon us.
Look out!
For Rivendell!
A red sun rises!
For Rivendell!
The enemy is upon us.
A red sun rises!
For Rivendell!
A red sun rises!
You stumble about inside the abandoned mine of Nibin-Dûm. Once a thriving dwarven mine in ages past, it is now little more than a maze of winding passages and damp caves. You feel the weight of the hill pressing down, as whispers in a dark tongue echo through the labyrinth. You advance with caution through shadowed passages, the sense of danger growing with every step.
Strike them down!
Yakari hey!
an elf. I'll put an arrow in your guts.
You would die before your stroke fell.
For Rivendell!
You follow the dim flicker of light to a rough-hewn chamber deep within Nibin-Dûm. It's clear that your quarry has chosen this as their lair, based on the crude furniture and ragged skins scattered about. And the orcs who surge to their feet as you enter. Several move to protect their leader, a familiar creature you remember from your recent adventure with Bilbo. While you square off, the chieftain chortles something in black speech. The other orcs chuckle and snort, as you're evidently the butt of some joke. Though you don't know why the orcs are abducting these people, defeating the leader should halt the raids terrorizing the lands around Mirkwood, even if only briefly. First, however, you must get past his guards. The brutes stand ready, as if daring you to make the first move. Before you can act, cries erupt from the tunnel as a swarm of goblins joins the fray.
rises!
Strike them down!
rises!
Radagast awaits as you exit the mines, with food and warm clothing for the freed prisoners. You don't know how he managed to arrive so quickly, laden with such bounty, for the ways of wizards are mysterious indeed. Still, you are no less thankful. As they fill their bellies and don new clothes, the prisoners speak of their rough handling by the orcs. They were taken from all over southern Mirkwood. Some were from villages like the one near Roscommon, while others were woodsmen or farmers eking out a living along the forest edge. A handful were captive for quite some time. They describe how the orcs took a number of prisoners each week to Dol Guldur, but for what purpose they cannot say. Radagast spits upon the ground.
The Necromancer's tower. Dark magic in that place.
He looks off, lost in thought.
Very dark. There's no time to waste,
he tells you.
You must scout the tower to uncover its secrets. I'll join you there after I take these people back to Roscommon.
Ufthak lost track of the hours spent feeling his way through utter darkness. Though gravely wounded in the battle, he had survived. He'd lain still as a corpse to convince his foes that he was, in fact, dead. He then waited, willing his mind to ignore the pain, driven by something even stronger, the need to survive. Once more, he was thwarted in his assigned task. The master would not be pleased. Ufthak didn't like to lose, but perhaps his greatest strength, aside from his exceptional cunning, was knowing when it was time to retreat.
No use going back to Dol Guldur,
he mutters. The mouth of Dol Guldur would kill him if he returned to that place, and his master would use him for darker purposes. Instead, he would return to his people in the Misty Mountains. There he would stake a new claim and recruit new followers. When the time was right, he would return to the service of the one true master. Only then might he savor the taste of revenge. Snig squirms with worry. The goblin knows the master's moods, and his mood is dark indeed. It is always Snig who pays the price at such times. In this case, it was Snig's duty to report that the pit at Nibin-Dûm was discovered and Ufthak failed to deliver the latest supply of subjects. The mouth of Dol Guldur turns towards Snig. The goblin recoils as their eyes meet, the flames in his master's eyes flaring. Then, cooling to a malevolent stare, Snig senses that he had hovered very near death, or worse. Only his master's immense self-control has spared him. The mouth speaks. His words are breathy frost that matches his icy tone.
Double the patrols around the tower,
he rasps.
If they found the pit, they may come here next.
Then the mouth smiles.
And if they do, perhaps we will yet give my master what he wants.
The mouth's eyes flare again, this time with a pleasure that Snig finds somehow even more terrifying.
You have journeyed several days to the south. Having skirted the edge of the East Bight through the Narrows, you venture on towards the Hill of Sorcery, the tower at Dol Guldur. You made good time, encountering nothing but the occasional raven, fox, or deer. As you draw ever nearer the tower, the woods grow thicker, and a darkness settles over both the trees and your mood. If orcs hold this place once more, there will be patrols ahead. You must find your way past them if possible. Through them, if needs be. Radagast told you of secret ways into the tower, but you must examine its surroundings carefully to find them. This will not be easy if the enemy occupies the tower walls. You move ahead with your companions, maintaining a stealthy approach so as to escape notice, knowing full well that it's unlikely you will make it to the tower without being seen. Still, you are resolved to try.
I've searched for your trail.
Mine is the choice of Luthien.
I do not fear the dead. Die before your stroke fell.
Kill him!
The enemy is upon us.
A red sun rises!
I spy something in the distance.
A red sun rises!
Look out!
Strike them down!
I am your servant.
For Rivendell!
You would die before your stroke fell.
maggots! You're cooked!
You breathe so loud I could shoot you in the dark.
You'll wish you're dead already.
Before your stroke fell.
Find the halflings!
You would die before your stroke fell.
Mouth of Dol Guldur bows deeply.
I await your will, my master.
The pale, emaciated creature being addressed sits upon a low stone chair at the end of the great gallery, lost in his own thoughts. Despite a frail appearance, the thing that was once man radiates immense power. Power in which the mouth of Dol Guldur revels and from which he draws strength. In turn, the thing sometimes called the Black Easterling draws his own power from the one true master in the south. When he speaks, he does so with the master's will. The creature's lips, which have the impossibly dry look of a corpse, part as he speaks in a harsh, low whisper that carries throughout the large chamber.
At experiments have been successful, but they are now at an end.
He declares.
Prepare space for one last batch for those that approach our walls.
The mouth of Dol Guldur nods, spreading his hands in acquiescence to his lord's will. If the so-called heroes do reach Dol Guldur, they will simply join its ranks.
You stand in the shadow of Armonlank, the hill upon which rests the fortress tower of Dol Guldur. You've managed to approach this far undetected. It's clear that the tower is inhabited once more. You spy goblins here and there amongst the ancient stone walls, and strange lights flicker in the windows. The tower looks imposing and decrepit all at once. Lines of decay mark the strong stone walls, and cracks large and small mar the otherwise finely crafted surface. Recalling Radagast's advice, you begin to circle the hill, looking for the best way in. After all, you can't simply march up to the front gate and demand entrance. A short time later, you spy some promising options, but must examine them more closely. Quietly, and oh so carefully, you make your way up the hill.
Strike them down!
You would die before your stroke fell.
Let's have some fun.
The enemy is upon us.
I don't like dwarves, but orcs I hate more. land will lie in shadow.
You would die before your stroke fell.
The enemy is upon us.
Ever do we hunt the servants of the enemy.
How may I serve?
The postern gate leads up a black, winding passage, barely wide enough for a man to crawl. And just as you feel you couldn't take another moment in this confined space, you notice a sliver of light ahead. Scrambling forward, you find yourself in a hallway next to an armory. You squint through the crack between the door and jamb to see nearly an entire company of goblins and orcs donning armor from neatly stacked piles and plucking blades from racks along the wall.
Intruders!
One of the creatures shouts, having spotted you peering in. The armory erupts as the guards mobilize against you. If you move quickly, you can close and bar the door to trap them within. Having come to the same realization, the orcs rush to push against you from the other side. As a contest of strength begins, more goblins answer the alarm from the hall behind you. While a few of your party brace against the armory door, the rest turn to repel this fresh assault.
Rises.
Let's have some fun!
Strike them down!
The enemy is upon us.
For Rivendell!
The eye commands.
Farewell.
Who are you? And what do you want?
You would die before your stroke fell.
For Rivendell!
We'll feast on horse flesh yet, or something better. Strike them down!
For Rivendell!
The eye this way.
A red sun rises.
We'll put red maggot holes in your belly.
For Rivendell!
These parts are none too well known.
You can't escape! Yes. Oh!
For Rivendell!
A red sun rises!
You move with utmost stealth through a jumble of halls and chambers, stopping in the shadows here and there to let the occasional guard pass by. A sense of doom is ever present in these darkened halls, as if the very walls are pressing down to crush your will. Strange muffled sounds echo in the distance. You feel drawn toward them, toward the center of the tower. You blunder into a large chamber so dark that you cannot see past your small party. This room bears the unmistakable mark of evil. You shiver from head to toe, overcome by a sudden chill. Then a flash alights the chamber with painful brilliance. You find yourself in a grand gallery, at the end of which stands an imposing figure in dark, tattered robes. You tremble in terror before the wraith. And he's not alone. Scores of creatures, including what appear to be some sort of spirits or shades themselves, howl in triumph as the trap is sprung.
Strike them down!
You would die before your stroke fell.
May I offer a song to ease your troubles?
The enemy is upon us.
For Rivendell!
Strike them down!
A red sun rises!
My arrows always find their mark.
For Rivendell!
Strike them down!
You squeak, you miserable rat!
You would die before your stroke fell.
I'll put an arrow in your guts!
There they are! The enemy is upon us.
I am Gandalf, and Gandalf means me.
Though you fight valiantly, it becomes clear that this was a losing battle from the start. Khamûl, the Lord of Dol Guldur, is a being of tremendous power. More than a match for you and your companions. Your party defeated, the creatures of the tower drag you to the lower depths for some sinister purpose. Though beaten, you are not bowed. While you know not what comes next, you know that there is still hope. With hope, you will find a way forward. The guttural sounds of black speech startle you awake. As your eyes adjust to the dimly lit chamber, you discover that you are held down by fine chains of an unknown black metal. Your companions are held as well, along with a few ragged souls, barely alive. The floor is covered in a cold, sticky wetness that also soaks you to the bone. An eerie glow flares within a wide, flat bowl that squats at the room's edge. The voices chant their harsh tongue even faster in response. Sudden pains rack your body, and of the others chained around you. 2 of the prisoners fall back with horrible gasps, their eyes rolling up in their heads. They lay motionless for a moment. Then something rises from each. Dark shadows with strangely glowing eyes. They hiss at you with malevolent intent. You must break the chains and find a way to end the dark spell, or you shall end up as shades yourselves.
Ride forward! Ride!
I am Arwen, Elrond's daughter.
I do not fear the dead.
A red sun rises!
For Rivendell!
I'll put an arrow in your guts!
The enemy is upon us.
Rises!
Never trust an elf.
sun rises!
This way.
For Rivendell!
Let's have some fun.
You would die before your stroke fell.
The enemy is upon us.
For Rivendell!
Ever doing with the servants of the enemy.
Free of the harrowing necromantic spell, you ready yourselves to escape when the chamber door flies open. Steeled to fight, you feel a surge of relief when a familiar voice calls out,
"Aha! There you are!"
shouts Radagast.
"I'm glad you found your way here."
The friendly old wizard raises a gnarled staff and whispers a few words that cause it to glow. A soft blue light suffuses the grim chamber. Gathered around him is a small crowd of wretched souls, even more prisoners of the tower.
"We must be very careful. A Nazgul resides here with his host, and you wouldn't want to tangle with him,"
Radagast says. His face grows somber and serious as he leans in to whisper.
"I need you to care for these people. Find a way to get them to safety while I deal with that evil creature."
Without a further word, he stalks away, leaving you to lead this sad and sorry lot to freedom.
Freedom!
A red sun rises!
Let's have some fun!
I spy something in the distance.
For Rivendell!
The enemy is upon us.
A red sun rises!
For Rivendell!
I'm gonna bleed you. Kill him! You would die before your stroke fell.
For Rivendell! Rivendell!
Strike them down!
You would die before your stroke fell.
Rivendell!
The enemy is upon us.
You would die before your stroke fell.
Strike them down!
I am your servant.
Khamûl feels the presence of something ancient, possibly older than even he, within the tower. Its stench of light and life makes the wraith recoil slightly. Instinctively, he calls out to draw the darkness around him like a cloak. His servants answer the call. Man, orc, and shade alike move with haste to protect their master. From a far door, an elderly man in brown robes steps into the chamber. He leans on a wooden staff and dares to call out a challenge.
Begone from this place, servant of evil!
For an instant, the entire chamber stands silent in awe of the robed figure. Such an affront. Khamûl answers with a snarl of his own. Frail though the man's visage might be, the Nazgûl understands that appearances can deceive. He sees the old man for what he really is, and wills the fear that grips him into obedience.
Trapped within the tower, time seems to fly by at a prodigious pace. Though it can't have been more than minutes, it feels as if you've been stumbling about for hours in the dark maze of the lower reaches. At last, you come across a set of stairs. Following them to the surface, you're confronted by the sight of various creatures gathering about the entrance to the tower's main gallery. Flashes of light spark and flare within the chamber, and you can hear the shouts of Radagast mixed with the shrieking sounds of the Lord of the Tower. The entire place stands transfixed as a great battle is waged, wizard versus wraith, allowing you to make use of the distraction to lead the prisoners through an unguarded gate. After pointing them towards the safety beyond, you turn back to the sound of battle. You will not leave the old man to face face that creature alone.
A red sun rises!
I don't like wars. Orcs.
Don't play any tricks.
The enemy is upon us.
Strike them down!
My axe swings too. Oh.
For Rivendell!
Kill him!
die before your stroke fell.
Rivendell!
Go back to the abyss!
You cannot pass!
The enemy is upon us.
Strike them down!
A red sun rises!
Rivendell!
May I offer a song to ease your troubles?
My blade thirsts.
Before your stroke fell.
The enemy is upon us.
How may I serve?
The enemy is upon us.
For Rivendell!
A red sun rises! Die before your stroke fell.
For Rivendell!
Sun rises!
I'll put an arrow in your guts!
You breathe so shoot you in the dark.
The enemy is upon us!
For Rivendell!
The battle was well fought. A servant of light against one of darkness. At the height of the battle, with your aid, Radagast clasps his hand together in a flash of light that erupts outward to blind everyone in the gallery. You stand staggered for a few moments as sight slowly returns to your eyes. The tower is lit as if in the midst of the brightest summer day. But Wizard and Nazgul alike have disappeared. The creatures that remain cower in what shadows they can find, giving you and your companions the chance to escape. You bolt through the same gate the prisoners used. You soon overtake them and hurry them along to put as much distance from this evil place as possible. Somehow you know that the old wizard is alive, though likewise, you're certain that the Nazgul survived as well. Still, as you make your way towards Rhosgobel and beyond, you take comfort in having undermined their vile spell and made the region safe once more.
The Necromancer senses the failure of his servant at far-off Dol Guldur. He had hoped that his thrall's efforts would create a new source of power to threaten the lands around Mirkwood, but had pushed too far, too fast. He must start anew. His servant would recover his power, though it might take time. Likewise, orc numbers are easily replenished. This was simply a minor setback on an inexorable march.
There are other opportunities,
he thought, glancing at the Palantir.
And from surprising sources.
It would take patience, but the Necromancer was the soul of patience.
The rescued villagers return to their homes, while you make your way to Rhosgobel. The wizard is not in residence, but a fully repaired gate opens at your approach, and inside you find food, drink, and a warm fire waiting. A note left on the bench reads,
"Sorry I missed you, but help yourselves, with my thanks."
After all too brief a rest, you return without incident to Lothlorien to report all that you encountered. The Lord and Lady of the Golden Wood thank you for your service. They agree that for now, at least, the dangers in Mirkwood have subsided. Still, the elves will be watching, ever vigilant in case darkness returns. You're invited to spend time with the elves to recover, though soon your hearts yearn to move on to other adventures. While the shadow is denied in Mirkwood for now, you have no doubt that it still lurks elsewhere, watching, waiting.
Mr. Barnabas, sir! Nob called breathlessly as he ran into the common room of the Prancing Pony.
There's been another robbery, this time at the stables.
Barliman ran out of the kitchen at the sound of Nob's voice, his words rushing out in a torrent.
You don't say? That's a bad business with all these black-hearted men about, Bree. I do hope that Bob's all right. Oh, well, I forget he's off helping his old nan, so he wouldn't be at the stables, would he?
A gravelly voice spoke up from the end of the room.
A robbery, you say? Anything valuable taken?
This was Bill Fernie, who was hanging about more and more at the Pony these days, talking to all manner of folk at odd hours. Barliman did not like the man.
It was a comb. Bob bought it from one of those men that's always lurking about the town selling odds and ends.
Nob answered.
He asked me to check on it.
Bill surprised Barliman by slapping his hand on the table and shouting,
"Skullduggery! I'll post a reward for its return myself!"
After a long journey, you've arrived in Bree, the chief village of Breeland, just before dark, and looking for a bit of food and a bed for the night. Upon entering the town, you instead find closed shutters and side-eyed glances from folks who hurry past you on the way to their own beds. The setting sun casts dark shadows over the village square. In the distance, you hear the town gate being closed. From the darkness around you, hooded figures emerge, brandishing clubs menacingly in their hands.
Let's see what valuables they got.
One of the brigands tells the others as they close a circle around you. You and your companions are not so easy pickings, though, as you put hands to your own weapons.
I do not fear the dead.
I am Arwen, Elrond's daughter.
My old Toby's favourite pipe.
die before your stroke fell.
My arrow flies.
I don't need your service, thank you. But I expect you to be mine.
For Rivendell!
Get more of the boys to help!
Yeah, you got me. For now.
You would die before your
I'll
stroke
be back,
fell.
you'll see.
The dwarves are upon you. Baruch Hazad!
For Rivendell!
We'll get you next time.
Boss wants us to get back to the hideout.
Scamper for it, lads! Ah!
For Rivendell!
For the Shire!
Baruch Hazad!
In the dim light, you make out a notice affixed to a wooden post.
Good folk of Bree, the robberies and whatnot of late cannot further be abided. I offer a reward for the return of all items gone missing, so I can get them to their rightful owners. See B. Fernie at the Prancing Pony.
You find the place quickly. A bustling inn in the centre of town. The proprietor, Barlaman Butterbur, directs you to a darkened corner where Bill Fernie sits, a tankard in his hands. He doesn't appear to be much, a nervous man with a shifty gaze. He tells you that men have been arriving in town selling trinkets, only to have those same items stolen soon after.
No strange bods and bits, with not much value,
he says.
As an upright citizen of Bree, I feel it's my duty to get these items back to their rightful owners. I got money, but I don't got muscle, see?
When you offer him the item you recovered in the square, he smiles and tosses a few coins on the table.
The citizens of Bree thank you for your assistance,
Bill tells you piously, though you suspect a hint of sarcasm in his voice.
There's plenty more coin if you can find the rest.
You aren't interested in the money, but can smell that there's something more afoot here than at first notice. You might be able to help the good folk of Bree if you continue to investigate.
Bob the stable boy was robbed the other day. You can visit the stables and ask him about it.
Bill informs you.
Or you can check out the abandoned manor at the edge of town. There's something suspicious about that place.
The boys gave Jed the name Stick because of his lanky frame and scrawny arms. Still, he had come to like the name, just as the boys came to respect his leadership. Even Ratchet noticed and made Stick his lieutenant, sending him to lead the boys on raids. Stick liked the responsibility, so when Ratchet told him to watch the stables, watch he did, though he and the boys got bored watching the town sleep. Bob the Hobbit, who tended the stables, returned after dark. He'd be asleep not long after, as he did most nights. Stick had watched the stables many times before this. The rest of the evening passed uneventfully. Earlier, Stick had to shush the boys as they shared a bit of the local drink with one another. But then the night grew eerily quiet. It was just past midnight when they saw a party of strangers approach the barn. Outsiders, no doubt. That could be trouble.
Let's greet the newcomers, boys.
Stick whispered to the men around him.
Time to knock heads.
You decide to search the stable. With the lateness of the hour, it's silent, but for the occasional swish of a horse's tail. Suddenly, a low rumble begins to sound from a pile of hay. You approach cautiously, as the sound becomes a snort. The source is a sleeping hobbit, just visible under the straw. He jumps with a start, visibly frightened by your intrusion.
It's just me, Bob.
The young hobbit stammers out.
I work here in the stables. With the horses,
he says, as if that wasn't already obvious. You tell Bob your mission to find the bandits and recover their stolen wares.
They stole my comb I bought my old nan,
he explains.
I was going to give it to her today when it came up missing. I bought it from a tall man up Archet Way.
His expression changes as he holds up a pointing finger.
That man! There!
You turn to see a tall, skinny man and several hooded companions with him.
What do we have here, fellas?
He asks them as they each pull a cudgel from their cloaks.
Don't mess with the Northgate gang!
I'll show you not to mess with Bob.
die before your stroke fell.
Here, take it back.
Give up!
Rivendell!
Ready for trouble! That'll be your clock!
Baruch Kazan, Adonai!
May I offer a song to ease your troubles?
Stick your nose somewhere else.
Not so tough!
Back my nan's comb.
Ready for trouble!
We'll teach you a lesson.
You would die before your stroke fell.
Take it!
Baruch Kazan!
I'll give up!
Take that!
I spy something in the distance.
What's yours is mine.
A red sun rises!
Take it!
Ratchet counted his money one last time before dividing it up in piles to give to the boys. They had done well. It had been his idea to sell the items they acquired in the Barrow Downs, and his idea to steal them back again once sold, so they could do it again in another town. This was his best scheme yet, and would keep his gang rolling in coin. Orders in the Barrow Downs were to turn in all the best bits, but Ratchet saw that he and the boys were only allowed to keep trinkets for themselves. He was too greedy to let that go on, so he gathered the fellas he considered the most like-minded and stole away with the best loot they could take from the camp. On the road, he'd proven to be a natural leader, so the boys made him boss of their own gang. There he came up with this scheme to fleece the good people of Bree, and soon he'd do the same to folks in Archet and Staddle. A loud creak from outside snapped him from his task. He signaled to the boys. "Let's have a look-see."
Your fellowship arrives outside what appears to be an abandoned manor house. It's seen far better days. You make out a dim light from inside, giving hint that the house is not as abandoned as it first appears. Slowly, carefully, you make your way onto the wooden stair to the main entrance. As you reach for the door, one of your party steps on a rotting timber with a loud creak. Everyone pauses as you look at one another, knowing that you are now discovered. Sure enough, from within the house comes a set of voices. Then the forms of men and hobbits clad in hoods come bursting forth from all around. Their leader, a large man with his face obscured in shadow, emerges with a laugh.
Nobody's home, see?
They clearly want you to leave, but you clearly came here for answers. Each of them carries a club or cudgel, brandished with hands jeweled with ill-gotten gems. These are the men you've been looking for.
Stick your nose somewhere else.
A red sun rises!
Here, take it back!
That'll clean your clock.
To the defense of the many!
Crack some skulls.
We stand strong!
Give up!
Take it! For Rivendell!
What's yours is mine.
We'll teach you a lesson.
I'll take that. A red sun rises.
I give up.
We stand strong. Barukhazad!
Here, take it back.
Bill Ferny was worried. His contacts were pushing him to find and return the missing items stolen from the Barrow Downs camp. He had no idea why they wanted these specific items or what they would be used for, but experience had taught him that his contacts were not the kind of people you crossed lightly. That stupid Ratchet was behind all this. He just knew it. But he didn't have the muscle to take on the gang directly. That's when he came up with a reward idea. He only needed the items on his list back. No more, no less. So, if he could get them back at the loss of a few coins, or get some locals to bash a few of the gang's heads without having to take them on directly, so much the better. He had friends who would deal with Ratchet, but first he needed to get the items back on the road to the Barrow Downs. Otherwise, they'd send someone else to take care of things. And that would be the end of old Bill Ferny. Bill wasn't about to let that happen.
Having recovered the missing items, you make your way back to the Prancing Pony, only to find some rough-looking folk surrounding Bill Ferny's table, while Barlaam Butterbur looks on nervously.
I don't want no trouble in my inn,
he tells them defiantly, though the tremble in his chin betrays his fear.
Stay out of this if you know what's good for you in keep.
One of the men snarls.
Ferny here has some explaining to do, setting the whole town after us.
Ferny swallows hard, but then notices your arrival.
Ah! And my associates!
He smiles a reptilian grin as he waves his arm to indicate your group.
Perhaps you should take this up with them.
The men turn as patrons in the bar divide into folks who wish to hide and those looking for a good excuse for a brawl. Someone smashes a bottle, and pandemonium ensues.
Don't mind me. Don't mind me.
A red sun rises!
Michael move!
Yeah!
Oh, Rivendell!
Get after it!
I smell the stench of goblin kind.
The enemy is upon us.
You'll get yours if you're not careful. Your body
Must be fast when I get there all the same.
Full pouch by the looks of it.
Before your stroke fell.
By the looks of it. I'll take that.
Don't mess with us. Crack some skulls.
You breathe so loud I could shoot you in the dark.
What's yours is mine.
My arrow flies!
I'll take that.
For Rivendell!
I need a lie down.
You would die before your stroke fell.
For Rivendell!
Don't mind me. Make your move!
Yeah!
Lonely, rainbows of the wild.
Ha-ha! Let's have at it!
Ready for trouble!
A red sun rises!
Not so tough, boy!
Let's have at it!
For Rivendell!
With the last crash of a bottle and the thump of a knocked-out tough falling to the floor, the fight ends.
That Bill Ferny's a bad man, I tell you.
Barlaman Butterburst shouts. He rises from behind the bar, Knob clutched in one arm protectively and a thick wooden club in the other.
He's run off! If you want a reward, you need to track him down to get it.
Before you can respond, the front door opens, ringing a small bell set above it. The tall man you fought at the Ramshackle Manor comes in, hands over a large bloody gash across his belly, his skin pale as moonlight. He looks first to Barlaman, and then to you and your companions, before falling to the ground, stone dead.
Murder!
Gasps Barlaman as he stands over the body.
Barliman had Bob and Nob help drag the body of Ratchet into a side room of the Prancing Pony. He would summon someone to take it for a proper burial at first light, but word had already spread of a murder. Townspeople were assembling in the common room to discuss the events of the evening. Ratchet was new in town, doing a brisk business selling trinkets he said he acquired in his many travels. Barliman didn't trust him, though. He had the look of a man on the run, glancing about as if he'd be caught out at any moment. And now he was dead, stabbed in the gut from behind. Barliman guessed that whatever haunted Ratchet had finally caught up to him. But who? And why? The folks now congregating in the inn were already pointing fingers at several of the town's ne'er-do-wells. Barliman counted each off on his fingers as they were mentioned. There were Johnny Goblin Fingers, a halfling dandy who carried a set of throwing knives everywhere he went. Old Orc Eyes, the tracker who would take any job, no questions asked. Susie the Spider, a broker of information that she gathered with a network of paid watchers. Todd the Troll, a giant of a man with hands as big as your head, which he put to good use as hired muscle. Wolfpelt Jake, the game hunter, though Barliman wasn't so sure that game was all he stocked.
Any of these shadowy characters might be the one who did the deed. Or none of them at all.
Barliman announced, joining the conversation. He turned to indicate the new strangers in town, the adventurers from afar.
These folks were the ones that returned the stolen goods. They might be useful again.
The innkeeper raises a plump finger at you and your companions.
You lot have just been nominated to find who murdered Mr. Ratchet here.
It appears that you've been deputized to take on this duty, whether you like it or not. Barliman asks the crowd.
Anyone know where he was stabbed?
Most people stand silent, but a few voices call out.
In the stomach!
Someone yells to raucous laughter.
In an alley by the west gate!
One person yells, while another claims,
No, it was over by the warehouse!
Another person swears that Ratchet was attacked in front of the Prancing Pony. Clearly, there's no consensus. Barliman ponders a moment, surveying the crowd before turning to you.
You'll just have to look about. The town gates are closed, so start with the west gate and work your way in.
You gather your belongings and head out into the pre-dawn darkness, determined to find whomever killed Ratchet. You suspect Fernie is involved, but he snuck out back while Ratchet came in the front.
He stands not alone.
I am Arwen, Elrond's daughter.
Give me adventure over respectability any day.
You would die before your stroke fell.
My arrow flies! That's for the boss!
Who are you? And what do you
My
want?
arrow flies!
Get him!
sun rises!
Take that!
My arrows always find their mark. Strike them down! My arrow flies!
We want revenge for Archet!
For Rivendell!
For the Shire!
For Rivendell!
What's yours is mine.
We'll get you for what happened to the boss!
You would die before your stroke fell.
For the Shire!
My axe swings too.
For Rivendell!
You would die before your stroke fell.
Baruch Hazad, Adonai!
Rivendell!
A red sun rises!
Nothing passes unnoticed.
You leave the town centre, having eliminated the first suspect. You continue your search at the outskirts of Bree. There stands the Ramshackle Manor where you encountered Ratchet and his gang, its timbers creaking slightly in the morning wind. Nearby is an old warehouse where merchants and farmers bring their goods for market. You decide to check both locations to uncover more clues as to Ratchet's demise.
You would die before your stroke fell.
I'll take that.
That one's for Ratchet.
Look out!
We'll get you for what happened to the boss!
For Rivendell!
For the Shire!
Never trust an elf.
There. There.
Your money or your life?
A red sun rises!
I am your servant.
There.
With one more suspect eliminated, you feel that you're beginning to grow into the role that you've been assigned. Your search has brought you back into the center of town. The market square lies before you. Merchants and farmers have set up their stalls, while the earliest purchasers are already looking for the best deals of the day. The sights and smells remind you that you haven't yet eaten in some time, and your stomach begins to rumble. You push the hunger away for now, as you consider the other location in the town center. The Prancing Pony, where Ratchet fled to when he died. You resolve to scour each location thoroughly for clues and bring Ratchet's killer to justice.
Before your stroke fell.
My arrow flies.
Get him!
We want revenge for Ratchet!
Don't mind me.
There.
Take that!
There.
For Rivendell!
For the Shire!
You would die before your stroke fell.
Keep a civil tongue.
For Rivendell!
There.
For the Shire!
You would die before your stroke fell.
My arrows always find their mark. Ha!
For the Shire!
You've now eliminated all suspects save one, Todd the Troll. so called because of his enormous stature and great strength. You tell your suspicions to Barlaam Butterbur, and he concurs.
Makes sense.
He nods.
He's a brute and not slow to violence. You'll find him hanging about in Archet by the trading post there. Careful, though. He usually has a bunch of equally tough fellas about with him.
You take the trail north and east to Archet, which lies at the edge of the Chetwood, and find the trading post easily enough. Todd the Troll is a giant of a man, surrounded by assorted ruffians almost his stature.
Yeah, I killed him. You think you can do something about it?
Todd admits, almost casually. He cracks his enormous knuckles, which seems to be the signal his men were waiting for. They rise and surround you. You're resolved to bring Todd to justice, but it will not be easy.
What are you doing it now? Clear out, or I'll break your filthy necks.
We survived this. I'm coming after you, Fernie.
You can't pin anything on me. And don't forget what I know.
Rises!
Strike them down!
What are you looking at?
For the Shire!
Fear! Fire! Foes! Awake! For Buckland!
For Rivendell!
before your stroke fell.
For Rivendell!
For Buckland! Ha-ha!
You would die before your stroke fell.
You ain't got nothing on me.
Fernie cries as you bind his arms. You've confirmed the murderer and apprehended them, but you suspect that Fernie was involved and likely ordered the crime. The murderer looks down at the ground, tight-lipped. Fernie must have some sort of hold on them to ensure their silence. Bree had existed since the fall of Cardlin without any kind of central authority, so upon returning to the town with the prisoners, the townsfolk forms a council of prominent locals to decide their fate. The murderer is made to surrender their belongings and leave Bree, never to return. They're also urged to leave the Bree lands, but with no authority beyond the town itself, there's no way to enforce this. You search Fernie's home, but cannot find the missing items. Without any hard evidence, Fernie manages to get off with only a fine for general nuisance. However, you manage to uncover a letter hidden under a loose board, which reveals that more is afoot here than you first thought.
Bill Fernie's hidden letter reads, "Find the stolen items and return them to the excavation camp in the Barrow Downs immediately. V is waiting just outside of Bree to bring them back as soon as you have them." That gang stirred up a hornet's nest when they made off with the items we recovered so far. We'll make sure they get theirs. We're close to getting the last bits, so don't delay. You know what happens to those who fail. She doesn't forget or forgive. D. Aruwethel looked out at the ruined city as she pondered this latest news. She had been forced by necessity to work through agents, and was careful to choose only men with the blackest of hearts. Still, she could not trust that their selfish impulses might still bring her plan to ruin. She had instructed her agents to employ men to dig the Barrow Downs in secret. They could loot what they wished, but they were to recover specific items, artifacts that would aid her master to return to power in the north. Combined, they would revive an ancient curse that she would present to her master as a symbol of her undying service, and perhaps more. She pushed that thought aside and stood further back under the outcropping that hid her from the light. Even though a steady rain fell from an overcast sky, she instinctively preferred the shade. Her agents had failed her by letting the items slip through their fingers. They must be recovered. She readied a note and summoned a servant to carry it forth.
With the unearthing of the letter hidden in Bill Fernie's house, it became clear that the events in Bree were part of a larger scheme, one that you're determined to unravel. Your fellowship spends another night in Bree, reasoning that entering the Barrow Downs is best done in daylight hours. After a hearty breakfast, you head towards the seldom-used trails leading directly into the Barrow Downs and muster your skills to follow a recent set of tracks that you reason might be the mysterious V from the letter. As you pass into the Barrow Downs, just a few hours later, you feel a damp chill rise in the air, like a cold, heavy blanket being laid upon you. Sounds seem not to carry, as you hear only your own voices and footfalls, yet even these cut off sharply, as if you're in a small room rather than an open wild. The low, flat hills loom large, shrouded by the close mist. You hold your cloaks tighter against the cold, though you suspect it comes from within rather than from without. Suddenly there are cries in the distance, the unmistakable sounds of men in terror. With a glance between you and your companions, you decide to follow the sounds. Someone is in trouble, and in this place, you feel duty-bound to answer the call. You increase your speed, though careful not to take a reckless pace to avoid stumbling over an unseen stone or moving headlong into an ambush. You step into a clearing where the mists lighten to find a battered and recently abandoned camp. Tents are torn and items scattered. A campfire still burns, and a few men lie dead, their eyes fixed in horror. Within the mist, you make out shapes darting at the edge of the camp, running about clearly in fright. More still fend off unseen figures that harry them, while still others simply cower. A pale man emerges from the mist and points at your party, his eyes glazed over.
"More of them over here!"
he shouts.
"Fend them off!"
More men emerge, brandishing weapons, and attack.
He stands not alone.
Mine is the choice of Luthien.
There's always time for a good meal.
Die before your stroke fell.
No! Stay back! Where you lead, I'll follow.
Denwyn should have been pleased. Valen returned from Bree with the missing artifacts in the nick of time, as his men had recovered the last artifact on Aruethel's list. She was a demanding lady, and Denwyn didn't relish facing her if they failed. If he failed, since he would be the one to bear her wrath, not Valen or that Bill Ferny, from whom he had kept her a secret. Then no sooner had he sent Valen on to deliver the artifacts to her, when a new threat emerged. Aruethel had given specific instructions to avoid certain mounds, but he had to disobey her to find the last item on her list. It was in the barrow of some ancient prince or other. After Valen left, the Barrow Downs grew colder and the fog grew thicker. They heard strange singing, but could not make out the words. Denwyn's men began to disappear, emerging soon after as something else. Something not living. A host of the things attacked his camp and Denwyn fled to the Barrow Downs, wondering if he'd live to see another morning.
You feel an infinite sadness reaching out to you from all around. A longing that weighs on you, making every breath a labor. The spirits that shamble about within the bodies of ancient kings are an affront to life itself, denying the light of morning. You desire to defy them, an anger swelling up from inside. You follow closely behind a group of them, emerging before a cairn to a long-dead noble of Nûmenor. They drag the limp forms of grave robbers along for some dread purpose, while chanting a tuneless song. Cold be hand and heart and bone, and cold be sleep under stone. Never more to wake on stony bed, never till the sun fails and the moon is dead. In the black wind the stars shall die, and still on gold here let them lie, till the dark Lord lifts his hand over dead sea and withered land. The poor devils may be grave robbers, but you'll not allow them to join the ranks of Shadow. You prepare your weapons and resolve to do what good you might, shouting, "Elbreth! Gilthoniel!"
sun rises!
Darkness falls.
I spy something in the distance. Strike them down!
Join us.
Rivendell!
Not for you.
You would die before your stroke fell.
I am your servant.
before your stroke fell. Before your stroke fell.
I don't need your service, thank you. But I expect you need mine.
You find the broken entrance to one of the larger barrows, topped by standing stones. A voice beckons from inside. Try as you might, you cannot resist the call, and enter, only to find the place a shambles. Treasures that were once carefully laid in this tomb are strewn about haphazardly, the work of shovels and picks scattered with equal abandon. The robbers had been here, and were none too careful in their work. A voice whispers, "Restore." Though whether it's a request or a command, you're not sure. There are 3 stone piles, once set in specific placement about the place, now scattered. You feel compelled to put them back in their proper order, and step forward when a groan fills the air. What had once been a robber stands in the back of the chamber, his eyes rolled up and his skin pale as milk. He wears a belt with the letter D engraved prominently on the buckle. The creature howls, his fingers bent like claws, as he rushes forward, teeth snapping.
before your stroke fell.
For Rivendell!
Passes unnoticed.
Jesus!
There.
For Rivendell!
die before your stroke fell.
Hell comes not for you. And raise the die.
I spy something in the distance.
There.
You would die before your stroke fell.
I am Gandalf, and Gandalf means me. Go back to the shadow.
A bright light overcomes you, and the sound of the drum resonates through the chamber once more. A voice whispers as if from a great distance, "Return." You do not understand if this is a request, or simply that whatever haunted this place has been placated. You and your party stand at the center of the chamber, having fended off the spirit within this place, and having defeated the creature that was den. The cold weight you've felt since entering the Barrow Downs has lifted, and you can breathe easily again. The immediate task complete, you resolve to continue along the trail which leads north to the ruin of Fornost Irain, or simply Fornost, and now called Dead Man's Dyke in the Breelands. The Witch King of Angmar had conquered this once great city of Arnor, then lost it in turn when he was expelled from these lands. It remains today as the haunt only of the rangers who visit from time to time, and also, some say, by ghosts and other spirits who hide amid its scattered stones.
Aruethel paced impatiently as she awaited word from her agents. She wanted to rush to the Barrow Downs to take a direct hand, but she dared not. Revealing her presence would upset her master and draw the wrath of their lord. Soon, he had told them, the time to reveal themselves would come, but that time was not yet. There was work for her here in the old city, and only by her force of will were the assembled hillmen kept in check. All she could do for the time being was to remain in Fornost and await the word that the artifacts had been recovered. She had not taken a meal in some time and felt the sensation of hunger growing within. She had felt it more and more of late and would need to take sustenance soon. Suddenly, one of her servants appeared before her and kneeled, bowing his head and keeping his gaze at her feet. The artifacts had been recovered, and he had brought them to her directly. She would eat, she decided, and then her true task would begin.
Your fellowship has journeyed north for several days, the air growing cooler with each crisp morning. Winter would not come for some time, but the morning dew has turned to frost as you awake the third day and start the breakfast fire. On the fourth day, you turn slightly east, away from the ancient road, so that you might look down upon Fornost from the nearby hills before you enter. The rolling hills are covered with grass, not yet yellowed by the coming of autumn. You creep carefully to a vantage point, still far off from the ruin, but already see the many columns of smoke rising from it. Fornost Irain is once again inhabited, but by whom or what, you do not know. More smoke rises from the fires just outside the city, more camps set up at the approaches, You discuss who might be claiming Dead Man's Dyke when a voice answers from behind you.
Hillmen.
You turn to face a woman who's appeared soundlessly, holding a bow pointed directly at you. The woman reveals herself as a ranger of the north, one of the Dunedain who patrol these hills. Seeing that you're of the free folk, she lowers her bow, and her face goes from an iron glare to a warm smile.
My Lavanen.
She greets you in the tongue of the elves, which means,
You are well met. I am Beravor.
The Rangers are a mysterious people, but they defend the lands and good folk who dwell there. You accept her as a friend to your cause, exchanging greetings. She explains that the Hillmen have been gathering at Fornost for some weeks, drawn by an unknown compulsion.
I know not why they come, but it is an ill omen indeed.
She's tracked them, trying to find information.
But the Hillmen are too cautious, and I have not been successful so far.
With your arrival, Beravor hopes that together you might accost a group of the Hillmen and learn their scheme. You approach one of their camps at the edge of the city.
I do not fear the dead.
I am Arwen, Elrond's daughter.
My old Toby's favourite pipe!
Have at you!
For the Shire!
Have at you!
A red sun rises!
Who are you? And what do you want?
Rivendell!
Fornost is ours!
You would die before your stroke fell.
You don't look like much. Take that, you scum!
got you! You breathe so loud I could shoot you in the dark.
We must! For the lady!
Aruethel examines her work carefully as she puts in place the last piece of this ancient artifact from the Southlands. The magic of the device, long since dormant, awakes and emits a soft greenish light from within. To fully restore the device, she thinks to herself she will need to apply her own limited skills as taught to her so long ago by the Necromancer himself. Restore it, however, she will. Once it's complete, she will present the device to her master, so that he may use it to reclaim his seat in Angmar, and from there rule over these lands once more. She summons servants to take the device to the appointed place. There she will finish the ritual that will restore its power and return despair and anguish to these lands.
Soon, my master.
She thinks.
Very soon.
The Hillmen,
Beravor explains,
are divided into many clans, and from there broken down into individual tribes. They are prone to fighting amongst each other, and will follow their leaders only so long as they can provide opportunities for loot and pillage, which they gain mostly by raiding each other. This lady who holds them in such awe must be powerful indeed to keep the Hillmen from each other's throats.
If the Hillmen are gathered, and the artifacts you've been chasing are indeed components of an ancient and powerful device, you must find and stop this Lady of the South. The Witch King has been gone from these lands for centuries, but his evil power still causes fear amongst the hearts of all the North, and his mere name carries with it the terror of times past. To gain entry to Fornost, you follow Beravor along the city's broken walls until you reach one of its many gaps. Hillmen guard the opening, but you resolve to make your way inside the city ruins, one way or another.
Begone, darkness!
Meet your doom!
I am your servant.
We will rule the North again! Rises.
My arrows always find their mark.
Beravor leads you through the streets of Fornost as confidently as if she were an original inhabitant and the place was not a crumbling ruin scattered with fallen stones. The brusque calls of hillmen grow louder as you draw nearer the center of the city. You climb the remains of a once great tower and look out over a square lined by broken statues and a long dried fountain. Gathered about are a multitude of hillmen who look upon a dais where a dark feminine form sways and chants in the black speech of old before a device that glows with greenish light. She calls forth one of the hillmen to stand before the device. He convulses in a sudden choking fit as an odorous vapor rises before him. He clutches at his throat and looks to his fellows. They instinctively back away from the man, who sputters and then falls dead upon the stone.
Behold the power I bear!
Shouts the woman to the crowd, her voice commanding their obedience.
With this, we will retake the North!
The plague returned!
Beravor exclaims in anguish, recalling the ancient curse that has devastated the Northlands so many years ago. A calamity from which the lands had still not recovered.
We must stop this madness!
Thinking quickly, you realize that the tower upon which you hide would crush the square below if it were to collapse. By removing a stone here and shattering a stone there, you might bring it down. Though it will take both might and cunning together to do so. You must act without delay, and appear simply to attack in desperation so that some of your fellowship might bring the tower down before the hillmen suspect your plan and seek to undo it. Beravor calls out, leaping into the square below and dropping a hillman before he can react. You and your companions join in, seeking to both hold off the horde and somehow collapse the tower, hoping against hope to stop the Dark Lady before her plan can come to fruition.
You're doomed!
Rises!
Have at you! Rivendell!
rises!
Have at you!
Strike them down!
Show 'em what for!
Weapons ready!
A red sun rises!
You're done for.
Coughing and sputtering, you awake to find yourself within a roiling cloud of dust. All about are scattered and broken hillmen, looking around in shock. You've all fallen into a great underground chamber that lay beneath Old Fornost, revealed only by the crushing weight of the tower you felled. To your relief, you find that your companions yet live, though each is caked in dust. Many hillmen also survived, and begin to rise and gather. The dark voice of the lady calls out from within the cloud of dust.
Find the device and destroy the intruders! We will not be denied!
Your work is not yet done. If the device yet endures, it must be destroyed, and the threat to the free peoples ended.
Before your stroke fell. God!
I don't need your service, thank you. But I expect you need mine.
I am a servant of the secret fire. You cannot pass!
The device.
Rises.
For Rivendell!
It's the end of the road for you!
Strike them down!
My eyes see everything.
Defeat the interlopers!
A red sun rises!
For Rivendell!
Strike them down!
The Witch King will return to Angmar!
Slay them all!
Shall be your last.
You would die before your stroke fell.
For Rivendell!
Furious, Arwethel raged at the loss of the device, and with it her plan to restore her master to power in Angmar. Where had the intruders come from, and how had they so rapidly foiled her scheme? Ancient, however, was her patience as well as her resolve. Without her firm command, the hillmen would no doubt remember ancient grudges and begin to bicker and fight amongst themselves before fading back into the hills. As for herself, Arwethel knew that if she waited long enough, she and her master would find another way to return to Angmar. All else could wait, even revenge, as her survival must come first. She would outlive them all, and that would be vengeance enough. She fled from the chamber, howling at the dust-darkened stones as she went. She would hide in the shadows and make her way through the Undercity until she could steal away south to Minas Morgul once more.
Though the foul device is destroyed, your fellowship is trapped underground with many angry hillmen. You hear a mournful shriek and see the black form of the lady dash away. The hillmen gathered are a terrible force, but you know that without leadership, they'll turn on each other, and their assembled power will dissolve into nothing. You decide to give chase to the lady, and with a shout, take pursuit. You dash headlong into a darkened passage, seeing only the faintest hint of her in the distance. Despite your best efforts, her speed is greater than yours, and your knowledge of this place is wanting, so you slow your pace to better navigate its hazards. Sensing no pursuit from the hillman behind, you soon come to the top of a stair that sinks even further into the earth. You find the lady's track and begin your descent. First, you hear only your own footfalls, but soon make out strange sounds around you. You are not alone in these depths, and something is coming.
I do not fear the dead.
Mine is the choice of Luthien.
There's always time for a good meal.
rises!
I smell the stench of goblin kind.
Rivendell! Die before your stroke fell.
My arrows always find their mark.
Rivendell!
May I offer a song to ease your troubles?
Strike them down!
You step out into a large chamber, strangely lit by some unseen source. This must be some ancient palace ballroom, or other grand chamber that stretches wide all around you. The floor is so finely polished that it's nearly a looking glass, and despite the years, you can make out your own likeness in the floor below you. You make out the sounds of the lady somewhere ahead in the distance, so you must yet be on her trail. With no time to waste, you begin to cross the chamber, when a clacking sound emerges from beside you. Something has arrived to challenge your passage.
Rivendell!
You breathe so loud I could shoot you in the dark. My arrow flies!
rises!
For Rivendell!
strike them down!
By map and key!
Before your stroke fell.
You emerge onto a thin trail slick with moisture. Ahead, you hear a constant roar that reveals itself to be a waterfall astride a deepening hole. Torrents of water cascade over the side of a rock face that drops down to a subterranean stream far below. A tattered old rope bridge carries across the chasm to the other side. You test the strength of the ropes, and it seems sturdy enough to hold your weight, although you can't be sure until you cross. With no other passages from this place, the lady must have gone through here, so you've no choice but to follow.
die before your stroke fell. Rises. Rises.
You descend a small stair into what was once a finely columned vault, but is now covered in water up to your knees. You hear the lady ahead, and a disturbance of the water shows that you're yet on her trail. You've no choice but to tread into the cold water and make your way as quickly and as carefully as you dare. There's a rumble, and you feel a corresponding tremble in the stone beneath your feet. You're not alone in this chamber, and hope that whatever lurks in the water with you isn't hungry.
A red sun rises!
Ha-ha!
rises!
Aruethel emerged into a closed chamber that was once the cellar of a fine estate. A single shaft of sunlight shone from the city above. From here she could escape to make her way back to Minas Morgul, and once again take her place at the feet of the Master. She thought she desired nothing more, yet she paused. No, she would not flee, not yet, for though her body could not tire, she found herself weary. Weary from the chase of her pursuers, weary from the rage she had felt as her plans were dashed. Her anger grew, replacing weariness. Though she was not trapped, she would make her stand here. As ageless as she was, she found her patience now worn thin. If she could gain some manner of vengeance before she departed, she would. Aruethel heard the songs of her children nearby, sweetly singing in the darkness. She called out to them for assistance, summoning them to her side.
You track the lady finally into a dead-end chamber that was once the cellar of some fine estate above. She stands before you, a dark form in black armor, in a stance yet defiant. You have her trapped and demand her surrender. Instead of showing fear, she smiles, and her eyes light with a fire that reveals the anger within. She draws forth in her full form, turning to you to shout,
"We shall see just who is hunting whom!"
Then, from behind, you hear the chittering screams of many bats flying towards you. The lady leans forward and rushes forth to attack with the speed of a thing not of mortal form.
Strike them down!
Behold my power!
at you! Have at you!
For the Witch King!
For Rivendell!
Behold my power!
Ha ha!
A red sun rises!
For the service of the Master!
You!
Behold my power!
For Rivendell!
Strike them down!
You would die before your stroke fell.
I shall return. For the service of the Master.
For Rivendell!
Fall before me!
Begone, darkness!
Fall before me!
My eyes see everything.
You would die before your stroke fell.
frightens me.
Enemy is upon us.
Bow before me.
I spy something in the distance.
You shall die.
Strike them down.
A red sun rises.
Diminished, Aruethel makes her way through the night east toward the mountains. There she will make her way south, and still further east until she returns to Minas Morgul, to her rightful place in the service of the Witch King. She had joined her master at the bidding of the Necromancer so very long ago, when he recalled her from her slumber. Her duty was to serve, and she had done without question ever since. Though she expected to serve, what she had not anticipated was her response to the Master's presence. He was not at all what she expected. What had first been merely service at the command of their mutual lord had grown to become more. A kinship, something else. She would have time to ponder this and more on her long journey back.
After some time, your fellowship makes its way out of the Undercity and back to the light of day within the ruins of Fornost. The hillmen have scattered, their threat abated. Though you did not destroy the mysterious Dark Lady, you did destroy her infernal device and put an end to her plans, whatever they may have been. Taking comfort that the North lands are no longer in immediate danger, you begin the long walk back to Bree, dreaming of a warm meal and bed, as well as a cold tankard. Closing your cloaks around you against the chill, you begin your journey southward.